Oh my. I did a lot of lore work yesterday. So much that I lost track of time like I always do. But hey, we're here. We'll be live here in a little over a minute. And I can't wait. I'll see you then. Oh my. I started today with allergy issues. I think I'm going to end today with allergy issues. My eye is basically weeping, and no amount of cleaning it, washing it, taking Benadryl, which by the way is really a really bad thing to take. But no amount of any of it is actually making it better. Yay. Oh, so how is everybody today? I'm looking forward very excitedly to some more code. I spent yesterday wanting to stream, but I'm not going to stream lore that's going to make like possible spoilers for the game itself, even if it's only going to be streamed to 3 or 4 people. I don't want anybody knowing about the lore or the stuff that I was writing yesterday anyway. So, as you can see, I've done nothing at all to the effect bag testing that we stopped with on Thursday night. Friday morning. Friday night was supposed to be more stuff, but like I said, I got so involved in the lore. So involved. And I didn't put any of it into the GitHub. It's all just brainstorming stuff. Like, I now have solidified some of the actual kickoff lore that's going to start the game. Solidified some of the background lore that's basically the world and some of that. Yeah. Like I said in my social posts, one thing about solo dev, any game that happens to be story rich, one thing about solo developing is that you're not just responsible for the code and the artwork and the music and whatnot that goes into the game. You're also responsible for every little piece of story that goes into that game. And yeah, you can have somebody else writing it for you and whatnot. No, you're not developing it when you're writing the story. That's just it's story stuff. Well, I'm doing the story too, so I'm responsible for all of it. And maybe I'll just take the Zyzol because Benadryl's bad for you. Benadryl's very bad for you. I'm going to take a Zyzol instead. All right. So today we're going to get back into the coding. I think so. The day that we had set for our final day for the test to make sure that multiplayer combat feels enticing was this coming Wednesday. And well, I might not have it ready by Wednesday, but we're going to try. So let's go ahead. Let's turn on our music. Get our music started. Oh yeah. Get that music going. Sorry it was so loud. We've got our music going. Which, by the way, the music that I had in the past couple of days all got flagged. It didn't get copyright struck on YouTube, but it did all get flagged. So I won't be playing any of that. Funny thing, Steam Powered Giraffe didn't get flagged. But neither did Stream Beats. So Stream Beats stays. It's just the way of it. But Master Boot Record did. Ironically, neither did Tasmanian Freestyle. Anyway, all right, so back to the coding. So when we left off, we were setting up a test for the effect bag, which we had finished. The effect bag being our model. The effects that come with any skill model type that can apply any kind of effect, that being damage, healing, a condition, which can be a buff, a debuff, a state, like the character state, flying, whatnot. Anything that can apply anything is the effect bag. You can apply an effect to a target slot, like you can become disarmed, which does something to the player character by removing the item. It also does something to the item itself, or can do something to the item itself, which is displace it and remove it. Displace it by removing it and then moving it like a couple of hexes or cells or whatever they're going to be, that kind of stuff. And so we finished that bag, and we stopped as we were starting to do some testing, or get ready to do some testing. And so that's where we're at right now, is we have to test the actual model. So let's go ahead and start prepping to test that model by adding the YAML that's going to be used to test it. And the way we're doing that, the markup language files or data that we're using as placeholder to test is actually coming directly from the abilities themselves. So like this ability here, I believe that's from the either the black hole or the supernova. Yeah, that's coming from the supernova, so it's directly from the skills themselves. So we have the condition, the model is a condition, it applies burning, etc., etc., etc. This one's being used so that we know that it actually applies additional effects, and basically test the whole damn thing. So there's a condition, the condition with an application of an effect. We're going to grab a condition with the application of no effect, and I think black hole has a condition with no effect, with no sub effect is what I mean. So like this is applying an additional damage effect. The condition is burning that applies an additional damage effect, right? So it applies a condition that has an effect. Whereas this applies a condition that has no damage effect. It doesn't apply an additional effect. It applies condition, singularity, right? It doesn't have an additional effect on top of the... Let me see if I can explain this better instead of like talking in circles. When an ability, a skill, whatever hits with the payload, when it hits, it can apply any number of different things. It can apply damage, it can apply conditions, it can apply displacement, it can apply mitigation, plus or minus, it can apply a heal, it can apply all this stuff. And that application can then also apply another effect that has another effect. So in this case, this would apply the effect of Singularity Pull, which is a debuff, or will be a debuff. That debuff only does whatever Singularity Pull is going to do. The name might change, I don't know, but that effect will only apply or that condition will only apply that effect. Whereas in this condition, it applies an effect called burning. Again, it's going to be a lookup. It's going to be a debuff that tells exactly how much damage it does and whatnot in a different area. Gives more information about what burning is, like tooltip stuff and whatnot. But that condition, that debuff, then also applies damage. And so this is inside the skill itself. It's gonna look up what burning is, and it's, you know, for stuff like this, the YAML stuff, not the YAML stuff, the description stuff. And then it's gonna say, okay, this also applies this damage. So it's gonna say, okay, what do we apply? Oh, we apply damage. We also apply a condition. Okay, does that condition apply anything? Oh, it also applies damage. You see how that works? So this test is going to be to make sure that the nesting works, and nesting only goes one level. So if there's ever anything like this, right? If there's ever anything like this, then that's nesting too far, and that would be denied and actually cause an error. But that's where we're at right now. That's the place we are at for our testing. So now that we have that in hand, I have a displace. Which is melt weapon, which has a displacement effect. Does not have a displacement effect. I thought it did. It disarms them, but it doesn't have a displacement. Is capitalize a displacement effect? Nope. Eventually, these will be sorted into a whole bunch of different stuff. Or actually, even better, eventually I'm going to have a tool that will allow me to see the skills and modify them via like a front end instead of doing it all in text. So eventually I won't have to do all this stuff. But do I have a post doing it? Mitigation, condition. I don't have file, finding files, edit finding files, displace. That model, ability, descriptor, effect tag, types. I don't have a displacement effect anywhere. Yeah. I have it inside here, so I guess I'll just, distance and coefficient is all it is. So we'll just do that. We will just do that. Displace. Which is really just a different style of because I don't think it's going to be anything else. The base distance is going to be here. And right now, this displaces scaling false. But what I want it to do, because it has a coefficient, it has to have a scaling cell. The scaling cell is by default under magnitude, and that's how it scales. So this is distance of 2, right? And it's coefficient of 1.2. That coefficient goes off the scaling cell, and the distance of 2 with the coefficient of 1.2 means that this 10 needs to be 1.2 ends up being 2.4. No, 1.2 ends up being 12. No, how the hell? It's magnitude times, I forget what it's base plus facet bonuses times coefficient. The base is 10, facet bonuses is whatever the bonus is, plus coefficient. But if something has magnitude, but is a distance or a duration, then the duration or the distance takes priority. Magnitude doesn't end up being a thing. And the scaling cell ends up being the scaling cell. So this will be 2 it'll be like 2 plus facet bonuses times coefficient. So if the facet bonuses end up being like a +7 or some shit like that, that'll be 9 times 1.2. Hello, Demon Wolf. Welcome to the. Wasn't here yesterday because I did a lot of lore. A lot of lore. Oh my god, did I do a lot of lore? I lost track of time. I was doing lore so much. It's good stuff. 99%. 99% of your max 20 plan. That's a lot. God, I hope I don't get to the point where I'm going to be using this isn't an attack. I just hope I don't get to the point where I'm going to be using Claude and ChatGPT and Gemini or any of them to the point where I need more than one account to do this stuff. Because that's a lot. I mean, just as an aside, the stuff I've been doing for actually that's not what I need. Yeah, that is just as an aside, what I've got for usage. Like, I did use some for Fable before I realized that Fable is actually not the one I want to use for some of the lore stuff. So I started brainstorming with the AI. But like, if I get to a point where I'm using 100% of the max 20 plan, excuse me, I just woke up. So, well, I woke up like, what is it now? I woke up like an hour ago. My eyes are still foggy from allergies and shit, but yeah. But if I get to a point where I'm using 20, let's see, 8, it goes into 112 and 12, and with a remain, well, so 12 and a half times. So yeah, 12 and a half times 20 is what? If I end up using 250 times what I'm already using, then I'm either doing it wrong or I've succeeded in getting to a point where the game is going to actually finish. Both of those scare me. All right, so displace coefficient. We have the coefficient, which will be 1.2 times the scaling cell. 1.2 times the scaling cell. Which is the facet bonus plus the distance. So if the facet bonus ends up being a 7 plus 2 is 9 times 1.2 would be what? 12? 11, it'd go 11 hexes. So like, that would be something like 0.7 because of the distance. So yeah. Vibe maxing. All right, so mitigation is similar in vein to the most of the others, except all it has is a coefficient. All it is how much it's going to be, how much the mitigation is going to be. And mitigation, I know is going to scale. That's why there's a coefficient. But I don't think it's going to scale the same way. So I think what we'll do is just keep this. We'll figure it out. It'll all be tuning. It'll all be tuning later. Remove, resource, and target slot are all going to be very, very easy. I think the big one is really going to be conditions. And again, conditions are anything that applies anything. That applies it to the character. A condition can be flying, like a state of the character. Flying, sleeping, jumping, falling, swimming, those are all states that are going to change the way the character or any entity actually interacts with the world or is interacting with the world. It can be a buff or a debuff. It can be I think those are the three. Buff, debuff, and state. I don't think there are any other conditions that you can have. So. In any event, we've got displace, we've got mitigation, we've got remove, which is remove's pretty easy. Model remove. Model's going to have count, which is what type of removal is it? Is it going to be all of them, the most recent, the newest, the oldest, the strongest, the weakest, a target, like a specific ability? And target is going to end up being like like a school, a type of condition, like a buff or a debuff, a school of conditions. So like, let's say, I don't have fire schools, and there's not going to be a fire school and an ice school like others, but like there would be a class of them, which could be, you know, fire based, elemental based, that kind of thing, but also a school, which will be that list of schools that I had, which I'm changing the names of. I'm going to use AI to help me figure out what the names are going to be and develop actual explanations of why those are. I have good ideas in my head for that, but I'm not sure how to really set them home yet. So target a single debuff or buff, like purging a flame shock or whatever. A school of buffs, a class of buffs, like a class of conditions, a school of conditions, or an aspect of conditions. So the aspects, I did this because the schools are in rows and aspects are in columns inside this grid of school versus column for the scaling cells. So it's basically the same thing. You can, you know, target a whole school, target a whole aspect of them, aspect being a whole like realm of them. So I have to have all of those in here. But if the count ends up being all, then it's like, okay, we're just going to remove all of them, or we're going to remove the newest 3 or the oldest 5 or whatever it's going to be. One of the things about an action turn-based, yeah, I know a lot of people do. I know. I've read all about it. All these songs are pretty decent. So we have count all. We will have selection of the all. Like, so actually before I do that, we'll do selection. Newest, oldest, strongest, weakest, targeted, school, aspect. Make sure that we have the list of them in here. School, aspect, class, classroom done or whatever. Like elemental. Oh God, my eye, man. I hate having allergies because and I say it a lot because when my allergies start acting up, they really fuck me up. Oops. One. Oh, so instead of class as genre, it's domain. And then school aspect domain. Alright, selection school, targeted. Target. Baby, how you doing? Resource is going to be model resource. I'm glad. My eye is kicking my ass. It wasn't when I was waking up. It's kicking my ass now. Is it really? Is it really loud? What the hell is going on with my setup right now? Give me a second. It shouldn't be loud at all. I have it turned way down. Like, way down. It should be loud to me, but not to you. Is that better? Is that better? Okay. Sorry about that. That's like... This is what I hear. This is what you hear. But this is also what I hear. So this is multiplicative. So like... That's weird. Why? Why? That's strange. This, well, yeah, this should be what I hear. But if I turn my mic down over here, all of a sudden, that is some weird shit. Oh. Oh. I see. I see. I forgot which one goes out there. 8, 3, 4, and 5 go out to you guys. A2 is me hearing it myself. My speakers or my headphones. That's why. This being up here and that being up there mean that that gets loud or not. So I can turn that down. Okay, I forgot what that did. All right, so you should be pretty good. All right, sorry about that. I forgot what some of those sliders did. All right, so duration 3. Anyway, resource is mana regen. So this is going to change a little bit. This right here, the resource stuff. I don't know how I'm going to change it yet, because I'm not like actively thinking about it. But that's going to change. She's going there instead of you going up to her place. Is she bringing mom? Okay. Okay. Give me a call when she gets there. I don't have target slot. I don't have target slot. I'll worry about target slot later. I'll worry about this stuff later because I think that's going to become its own thing. Actually, we can just keep that up here. That's going to come later. So when we won't worry about target slot at all. That should be it. So now we need to create the actual we need to create our actual tests. So we have damage model base, which is just that without the model damage YAML. It's just going to be damage YAML, damage condition, and condition YAML. Then we just do damage model base, damage base. Copy, go in here, add a new one. This is damage base. And this is going to be without the requires clause. And actually, I don't think I need. We'll just do damage because we don't need. All we're doing is testing to make sure that stuff actually gets dispatched. So damage model ends up being damage. Condition model will be fix that so I can actually see my keyboard when I need to look at it. Name will be condition model. YAML input is condition YAML. Want model is model condition. And so now when we're testing this will be making sure that these actually go through. We have damage heal condition displace, but target slot comes later. And I think that's all of them. Damage, heal, condition, displace, mitigation, remove, resource. Yeah, that's all of them. Okay. All right. There's the condition. So these are the basic tests. Displace. YAML input is place YAML. Want model is displace is model displace. I don't have model displace anywhere. No, I do. It's right there. Why are you? It didn't show up. That was weird. All right. Next name is creation model. Input is creation. Model is model mitigation. So the reason why we're doing these is to make sure we have them, and then we're going to create the YAML that should give us some errors. So but for right now, I think there's only 6 of these that we want. Why did I type model? Let's name. Name is remove model. And this is YAML. Put YAML is model move. Model purge is what I really want to call it. Name resource. Input. Okay, so we have those. Function scope, so they don't leak in the package namespace, etc., etc. Package level also works if you want to share fixtures across multiple test functions, which is likely once you write the deeper per model tests. No, the deeper per model tests are going to be different. This is effect bag. The deeper per model tests are going to be like damage model underscore test.go. So that when I make a change to the damage model, I change the test and it still goes through. All right, so, excuse me. All right, indentation of the clause is legal but unusual. You have the dash at the name. Indent level is clause. YAML permits a sequence to be indented at or beyond its key. Oh, so I can actually, so this could actually be, this whole thing could actually be like that. I had no idea. That means this whole set can then go, whole thing can then go like this. Well, YAML permits indent sequences to be indented at or beyond its key. So this parses, but your real ability files use the same style. So at least it's consistent. Just be aware the more common form indents the dashes further. Oh. Oh, so I want them like this. And I want this to be like this. Okay, so like that, yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right, so we have those 5. My eye, man. Itchy, itchy, itchy. All right, so those are all set. Function scope. So now I need to actually do the test. Okay, and I can't just, it's funny, I can't just do this because the backticks screw up the entirety of this. And I can't just put it on a single line because it's like straight YAML. So I'm stuck dealing with this. So we have the tests. Now we're gonna loop or iterate. The loop through is the same thing. Iterate through tests. I know it's do. I have do while stuck in my head. And it's not do while. It's there. It is. It's for TC equals range tests. Do while. For throw it away. TC equals range tests. Test C TC. This is going to be test models, range tests. Ads already. It's been 50 minutes already. My lord. All right, I'm going to throw up the ad now. We paused the music and throw up the ad. We'll be back in 2.5 minutes, folks. Wow, 50 minutes already. Ouch. How the hell do I add an image? There we go. And because I did that, I have to show you guys also. Oh, wait a minute. Call me. Maybe was that you? That was at 5:30. Okay. All right. And because I did that, I have to show you all what I just. So this is my setup. So this right here is this monitor there. This right here over on this side is this monitor over here. Obviously, I have my prompter. I have my stuff. I have my lovely little fidgets I work with, including the Rubik's Cube. I have my inhaler. I don't moment's notice. That keyboard over here is for the streaming computer itself. So it's for that computer over there and connects to this monitor here. That computer over there is this one right here. That monitor over there is just a way for Kayloon to be able to see the stream So that's just a reenactment of what you guys see right now. This right here. These are Kayloon's monitors. Her laptop is on this desk over here. I have my Stream Deck. I have my Rodecaster. Yep. Yep. I have my my box of tissues because allergies. So I have tissues just sitting here. You can see my headphone thing there. My phone is right down underneath here. Yeah. It looks, I just noticed this because of the picture, baby. You see this? It finally fell down. Like, I just noticed that. I ain't moving it. It works. It's not supposed to be falling down. I also have another computer in the other room that does the other streaming stuff. But this is what that's what I took the phone out and took a picture of. So I have 3 different lights here, plus I have the overhead light. Kayloon has 2 lights over there. So yeah, that's my setup. Like I said, I have fidgets. Fidgets, fidgets, fidgets. Everywhere. Thor's hammer. My little French fry. This is the one I use the most. Just because it's it's just super easy. But fidgets everywhere, putty everywhere. Putty. Lots of stuff. That's what I just did. A loaf of bread. No, dough stick. The dough stick. It literally says it right on it. It says it right on it. Stick of dough. Deep fried dough sticks is what it says. Not a loaf of bread. I said French fry, but it's like it's a breadstick. Not a loaf of bread, it's a breadstick. So yeah. I did that. I posted it because other people had posted their setups in my son's Discord. Valrex posted his, which is very strange. A couple of other people posted theirs. Yeah. But this looks like mine looks quite a bit like busy. And you didn't even see everything that's on the left of the monitor here. There's another computer over here. It's just a laptop, but there's another computer. There's a whole shitload of books. A whole shitload of books here, like this one. And this one. And this one. Because when you are solo developing an MMO based on a story that you are writing or have written, you have need of reading, and it takes a long time to do all of it. So yeah. All right, so let's get the test going here. All right, so while testing, we're gonna test this. How are we doing the test? We need to iterate through the test. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna print out the test name. We're gonna print out the test name, and then we're gonna print out the result of the test versus the bag. So let's grab the bag. I can get out of the data. I don't need these tests. These tests are different. Tests are different. There's I'm not on the aspect loader yet. This is the effect bag test is under types and unmarshal. So those are already open. So what we're gonna do is This is going to go directly into unmarshal, I believe. I believe we're just going straight into unmarshal. Right? For the dispatch table, name, YAML, what model, and error. So this is just testing that dispatch works. So I don't need to test any of the others. Just the 6 that we're going to be doing. I think this says that we needed 8, but it's pretty sure it's just 6. I'm pretty sure it's just 6. I don't think we have 8 models. We have 6, right? We have 6 models. We have damage, heal, condition, resources, mitigation, displace, and remove. 7. Damage, heal, condition, resource. So we have 7. I forgot to put the healing model in here. Forgot to put the healing model in there. And target slot is going to come later. We'll put this. Target slot. Okay. Because that. So we have 7 models. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 models up here. And technically we don't have to do that, but that's okay. Heal effect S is a concrete type inside here, etc., etc., etc. And the type assertion is second. Stronger check. Okay, so way back up here, what the damage effect looks like, right? What the damage effect, how far up do I need to? That's the unmarshalling function. And then it says, okay, all 4 unmarshallers are done. 2 small things, I took care of that. Where you are, types gun. So now we need to do the tests. Untected, effect bag and scaling cell unmarshaller. Didn't I already do the unmarshalling for scaling cell? I did, it's right there. Yeah, so we have to test. Did we test scaling cell? We did. So all I have left to do is the unmarshal test for effect bag, which is where we're at. And the effect bag test is a baby. Yeah, a baby. I have a big sitting right here. I have a baby. I ignore it all the time because it doesn't do anything. I don't really have a baby there, people. Come on. Come on. I never ignored my kids. Didn't give them all the stuff they needed when they were much younger? Yeah, but ignore? No. Never, never, never ignore. And I'll never ignore my kids or my grandkids now. Not in the room. Erebus was trying to trip me. I swear he wanted to kill me today. He was... You might have, Kane. I didn't stream yesterday, but I did. So I stopped streaming at like, what, 10 or 11 Friday morning, my time. And I didn't stream Friday afternoon because I was working on lore and sleeping, but working on lore. So I don't think, actually you weren't here yesterday. Yeah, you weren't here Thursday night to Friday. You weren't here Thursday night to Friday. That's why your streak reset, my friend. My apologies. Kayloon has her own sleep times, but she knows what my sleep schedule is like, hands down. And she knows that when my sleep schedule gets screwed, she knows exactly what that screw up does. Like, she knows very, very well. All right, so we need to test. Indentation is the trap. We already got that. If bag effect kind is not equal to model damage, fail. Type dispatched correctly. So that's the first one here. Type assert BOK equals bag.effect. Damage effect. BOK form avoids a panic. Fail if not okay. Field's landed. Once you have D, check coefficient target. This is just for damage. Check coefficient. We need the target under damage, don't we? Silly me. We need the target under damage, right? We need the target under damage. No, we don't need the target under damage. You know why we don't need we need the target under the ammo. We don't need it under the other stuff. I'm so silly. Self. Actually, we'll make this allies. This is target. Yeah, she does. Yeah, so in a perfect world, we both go to bed at I go to bed at midnight, she goes to bed at like 10, and we both get up at 8. In a perfect world. In reality, she goes to bed between 7 and 10, and very rarely 11. And I go to bed at In reality, she goes to bed at around 8 o'clock instead of 9 or 10. And I go to bed at like 2 in the morning in reality, generally. And then I get up at like 9 or 10 and she gets up at like 9 or 10. She sleeps a lot. And then if I didn't get enough sleep, I tend to nap right around the middle of the day because I'm so out of shape that my body can't just stay up anymore. It needs to sleep. And then if I have an insomnia attack, I wake up, regardless of how tired I am. I wake up every either 1 hour on the hour or every 2 hours on the hour. And when that happens, it happens for days and days and days. Hello, Snowflake. I love you. I miss you. So yeah, there's a significant amount of knowledge between Kayloon and I because, well, we've been together for 30 years. 30 years, longer than a lot of people have been alive. And I would not change a single moment of it because it made us who we are today. I need the target. I need the target for all of these. Condition target. Shit. Shit. That sucks. Fuck. We've been golden for about 12 years. 11 and a half years we've been golden. No. No. 10 and a half years we've been golden. And even that 10 and a half years, there was some stuff in there. Prior to that, it was a shit show. It was a roller coaster that if you actually rode it, was designed to kill you. Like the first 20 years of our relationship was, I don't know how we survived it, but we did. So I found that I have an issue. So base effect has a target, the coefficient, scales, a scaling cell, and requires. Okay? That's the base effect. Every effect has the base effect. So every model has the base effect in it. The condition has applies, consumes, duration, dispellable, and effects. So every condition also has an effect. The problem I just found is hold on. All right, so the problem I just found is that when there's a condition that I want to remove, then I want to remove a targeted condition, right? So we want to model, we want to remove all on the target. We have everything has to have a target. We're going to remove the target condition. It's not, so the target is the player, the entity that has the condition. The selection is whether or not it's a targeted condition. So this is targeted, selection targeted, right? And then the target effect all right. Target effect, aspect, target, aspect. So doing this here, now we have more stuff, target effect, and then we have these target, aspect, dimensional, which is target, aspect, target, domain, and then target school, right? So we have target school or target aspect or target domain, each mutually exclusive and requires mutually exclusive and require so we have target effect ends up being any of those, and I'm checking this, and now we have a minor issue because I added a little bit of targeting conditioning, and if we look at the model here, it doesn't actually have anything for that. Targeted, we have target effect. So if I look for target effect, remove effect as target effect, but it doesn't have target aspect. It has base effect, which is target and whatnot, but it doesn't have, this doesn't have target. It has the base effect, which has target, the scaling cell and all that nifty shit, right? So I have to actually, for all of these, I actually have to have the effect bag information in there as well. And the effect bag information up here, all of them have to have these. So, quick question on the tests. Every bare YAML must include target coefficient, right? And what about scaling cell or requires? Yeah, I'm so bad. No. What happened was you'd go through 7 consecutive spins that were meant to, like, the first one was meant to make you pass out, and the next ones were meant to make your body just like crumple under the pressure of them. So you wound up becoming unconscious, so you didn't feel your heart stop from the sheer pressure that was caused by the rest of it. I can look it up for you. The suicide coasters, I think what it was called. The euthanasia coaster, a conceptual art project. So this right here makes you pass out, and then each one of these makes you consecutively more dead. Press a button to continue a ride. Takes the cars down 220 miles an hour, close to terminal velocity, before flattening out and speeding on the first of its 7 slightly clothoid inversions. Each inversion would decrease in diameter to maintain the lethal 10 G-force on passengers as the train loses speed. Prolonged cerebral hypoxia, or insufficient supply of oxygen to the brain. 10G on its passengers for 60 seconds. G-force related symptoms starting with gray out through tunnel vision to syncope, and eventually G-force induced loss of consciousness and death. Not so happy. Not happy. Straight up death. So everyone has to have target and coefficient. Everyone has to have target. But when we get down to the remove, when I look at remove, it's a removal effect. We have the target effect, we have the selection, count, and selection. So model, target, coefficient. No, it was conceptual. It wasn't actually a real thing. It was a conceptual thing. So like the idea that you would die from 10G over 1 minute is absolutely correct. You would die if you were under 10G forces for a minute, because your brain would stop getting enough oxygen. But it would start like, you'd start being like this, and after about the first spin, you'd be either grayed out, like, so your vision is like, think about it like this. If you watch a movie with jet plane fighters and whatnot, when they pass out, that's the first step. That's at like 4Gs, 5Gs maybe, right? When they pass out, if they show the, if it's a like a, and in the character's head, you see the gray out, you see it like come in. That's basically what happens. Your vision starts blurring. You start not understanding it, and your vision just grays out. And then after that, you're just unconscious. And while you're unconscious, your brain is dying, because 10G over a minute is a lot of pressure. It's a lot. 1G is what we live under right now. Double it. I just doubled your weight. The weight of everything, the weight of doing this, everything that you're doing. I doubled your weight. So if you weigh 150, now you weigh 300 pounds. Now your arm, which normally weighs like 6 pounds, is 12. You're holding 6 pounds on you all the time. Now double it again. That's 4G. Now you're carrying 24 pounds all the time. Now double it again. Now you're carrying 48 pounds on your 6-pound arm. 100% of the time. That's 8G. If it's linear, it might actually not be linear. I think it's linear though, because 1G, 8G. And then add a little more to that. So now your body is going through this. Your blood now weighs so much that your heart can't pump it to the extremities the way it needs to. So your brain, which is the organ in your body that needs the most blood, most often with as little like change in reception as possible, your brain is no longer getting any blood, which means it's not getting any oxygen. That's what happens. So because your blood is all down in your feet, basically, you pass out and then you go brain dead. So that's what that suicide coaster was concepted to do. Keep you at 10G for a minute so that you just die. But it's never been a real thing. It's just a conceptual idea to allow people to pass on their terms, etc. At what point does the body rip apart? So, in terms of G's, the body itself doesn't rip apart as much as it would crush under the pressure. So, because all G forces is doing is putting pressure onto your body, onto every cell of your body, but onto your body, it just pushes you. It crushes you. A body would rip apart if there were under that pressure, if there were a sudden jerk in one direction or another. So think about it like this. You're in a rocket ship, you're going straight up, right? And then suddenly that rocket ship turns, like immediately, split second, turns left. You're still going forward. Whatever is not attached to the seat you're in is going to continue going forward. Whatever is attached to the seat you're in is going to change direction with the rocket as it goes in the other direction. Then you'd rip apart. Like, let's say that your arms are strapped down while you're doing this. Your head goes forward. Your chest is all strapped into like 7-point harness. Your chest goes this way. But just G-forces themselves, while they can kill you, they wouldn't tear the body apart. Great example, car accident. You're going forward, then you stop. Some of your stuff stops, other of your stuff doesn't. If you're in a seatbelt and you don't have an airbag, shit. But it takes a lot of force. It takes a lot of force to actually, like, pull a body part off. Skin is a very, very durable organ. Extremely durable. I keep forgetting target slot. You is that a we talk about everything here. We talk about everything. If it's too much, just say something and I'll shut everybody up. All right, so let there be carnage, Kane says. All right. I repeat it myself, but I have this for a reason. Why did that not come over? What the shit? Let's see if it works this time. You guys didn't hear that alert. God damn it. Scheiße. Oh, scheiße. Streaming is definitely fun. Just, you never know when you're going to get screwed. Demon Wolf has found 2 errors of mine. Like, yeah. Great. Let's turn on the TTS stuff. That should turn on the TTS stuff. That should turn on the TTS stuff. Yo, turn on. There it goes. So there's one in the queue, the one that I just did. There's one that was already done, one you did. And the incoming is not there or there. And it's not that. Not that. None of those. None of those. The queue. When it comes in, thankfully there's a whole bunch more there, but like that should have been hidden. That should have been hidden. That's kind of fucked up. Queue pending. That stream marker. Hold on. So yeah, that should just send it directly over to here. I'm gonna have to take this off here because doing some of the other stuff, I'm gonna end up showing things show. So option.
This is a test message.
All right, so now it's doing it correctly.
Here's a test message.
This is a test message.
This is a test message.
Okay, so that should be working fine now.
This is a test message.
So why didn't it work before? Why isn't it working? Why isn't it working? The test works. What the hell? Son of a... And now it's not working.
This is a test message.
Fun, fun, fun. Give me a minute. We'll be back in 2.5.
This is a test message.
This is a test message.
Twitch user, Katrina.
Oh.
Twitch user, Katrina, says, "It's Katrina, you stupid bot."
All right.
Twitch user Marksman Kane says Katrina.
Fucking loud. That was freaking loud. Oh my god, that was loud. I am so sorry. This should not be like it's at 30% and 50%. That should not be that loud.
This is a test message.
Like, do I have to
This is a test message.
reduce that? I'm gonna just drop it down to negative 9.9 because that's
This is a test message.
just cracked. All right. Anyway, oh my lord. Sweet Jesus. Really? Really? Well, that works, I guess.
Twitch user Marksman Kane says, "A fitnessgram pacer test is a multi-stage aerobic capacity test that progressively gets more difficult as it continues. The 20-meter pacer test will begin in 30 seconds. Line up at the start. The running speed starts slowly but gets faster each minute after you hear this signal boop.
Boop. Boop. All right, so that's fixed. All good. Yeah, we've had 6 of them. We're fine. That's fixed. I would not have noticed that it broke if it weren't for you, Demon Wolf. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. Why it broke, I don't know. Possibly because I had it working a while back and then changed things, maybe. But that being said, yeah, it's fixed now. Thank you for testing it for me. In response to your question, my favorite game. It depends. It depends on a lot of things. Let me make sure that's what you said. What is your favorite game? Yeah, my favorite video game. So it depends. It depends on what your definition of favorite game is. My favorite game, like my favorite game of all time. I have a lot of favorite. I really enjoy Mass Effect. I really enjoy Heroes of Might and Magic. I really enjoy Phantasy Star. But favorite depends on what's it's in reference to. If I only had one game to play for the rest of my life, for example, that'd probably be Phantasy Star 4, maybe Phantasy Star 2, maybe. So that'd be a toss-up between Phantasy Star 2, Phantasy Star 4, and Mass Effect. the whole series. And if I had to choose one Mass Effect, it'd probably be Mass Effect 2. But I wouldn't be able to make the choice between those three. So same reason I can't make a choice between like what is my absolute favorite. If you're saying what's your favorite that started you on the path of gaming, that would be Phantasy Star 1. If you say what started you on the path of streaming, that would be Heroes of Might and Magic. And to a lesser extent, WoW. But Heroes of Might and Magic. If you say what started you, like what's your favorite game that like inspired you to start coding, that would be a MUD from back in like 1991 or some shit that I don't remember the name of. But the idea of dungeons on a computer, all text-based, so you read a lot, but the idea of that absolutely got me involved in this kind of stuff. And if you say what game got you into gaming as a whole, like what was the first game you ever played, because that game holds a deep place in my heart too, and that's video pinball, because I played that with my dad when I was like 9 or some shit, or 7. We got it in like 80, 79, 80, 81 maybe. So like I was 6 playing against my dad, maybe 8 years old playing against my dad. So yeah. Why do I still have all of that? Yes, baby. Okay. I need to like get rid of the message that you sent me the last time you tried calling and didn't get through. Because it's like, well, I tried, and I'm like, there we go. Because it keeps showing it every time I see it. Yeah, that you sent me after you tried calling me the other day. Wow. I have two appointments next week. Yeah. How convenient. All right, you go ahead and go to bed. I love you, baby. Yes. Yeah. So Kayloon asks me, give me a second, I need to fix my mic. So Kayloon asks me, do you remember the Apple home computer system? And the Apple home computer system wasn't actually a thing. It was the Atom home computer system. Apple was just Apple. But she asks me, you remember that turtle game? Of course I remember the turtle game, but what Kayloon doesn't remember, because I don't talk about it very often, is that the turtle game isn't the first programming game that I did. And so the turtle game was a game thing, and it wasn't Pascal, it was Logo. It was a programming thing that you used. It basically got people into the idea of programming, but I had already been using BASIC at the time, just straight up BASIC. So when my parents bought the Atom home, and I was doing that with computers, a computer at the library, and Logo and Pascal were like intertwined in education of computer stuff in the 1980s, which is why I kept thinking it was Pascal, but no, it's Smart Logo. But the Atom home computer system had Telly Turtle, which was an EDU game in cartridge form, but it also had Smart Logo. And I did use Smart Logo, but Telly Turtle was a thing that you used, that you programmed with using the controller. You didn't do Pascal or anything. You did the Turtle game, which was probably Telly Turtle on, and you didn't have an Atom home computer system. You had something else. A basic Apple, yeah. Yeah. But this whole forward 100, right 90 is exactly what I was doing. Logo. Yeah. Yeah. So you had that probably on the Apple. Yep. 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 I remember that. But yeah, the turtle game itself was called Telly Turtle. Yeah. That's 45 years ago. I mean, we're fucking old, baby. We're old. Yeah. Yeah, we're old. Anyway. I love you too. Okay. I love you too. Night, baby. I want to make sure this is what I have to do. Yep, have to make some changes here. Um, I think that's the way it is. Yeah. Target aspect. This song's fire. Count, selection, target effect, target tool aspect, or category. We can put that elsewhere. We can put that other rule elsewhere. There, that takes care of that. Yeah, I know dry. All right, so where are we now? Save, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste. I need to know these have to be this. That has to be that because they're slice literals. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Count all won't decode. Count is int. All is a string. Case will error rather than dispatch. Either make count a string or use a sentinel like -1 for all. Type needs deciding before. On the resource case, resource effect. Has no duration field. Resource effect has no duration. Resource property operation value. There, that takes care of that. Filling white space on displaced YAML's closing backtick. Oh, displace, not. Target slot. Okay. So I do need to put target slot in here. Right. Model. Targeted slot. Slot. Item. Item. Slot. Main hand. Takes care of that. Declare var bag effect bag unmarshal handle the body of the test. Okay, so we're fine. I got that until I add the what error contains check, which is going to be down here. So I'm going to need that. Nilgard matters. Name. Nil. Hold on. All right, so that's going to be model missing. Going to be in the unmarshal. Model. It's the nil check. No. Missing valid model. Well, that's this. Missing valid model. Boom. Eventually these strings will be actual strings for like language-based strings, but I won't be doing any of the translations. I'll ask if I can, I'll ask somebody who knows like French or Spanish or all that nifty shit, if they have any idea how to translate these things, and I'll give them like everything to translate. Once I get it to that point, I'll eventually have like a language. I think I think it's what, a lion, an L10N. Language 10N, right? What is, before I do, let's use Claude. Just open this in. Can't just open tab. Fine, be that way. Localization. I18N and L10N. I have no idea what the difference is. Because basically it's just a set of constants, right? So like, and that would be client-based instead of server-based. I don't have a client yet, so let's make a client there. Be like, externalize every string, no literals in code or the UI. A key-based table UI.menu.start rather than English as key. So copy edits don't invalidate translations. I have no idea. Okay. I-18N internationalization is the engineering work making the game capable of other languages. L10N is producing each language. VO cultural. You do internationalization once. L10N repeats per locale. I-18N. Pick a format your engine and translators both handle. Get text.po, per locale, JSON, YAML, or engine native. Godot is CSV. Really? Use ICU message format for message syntax. Current standard exists because of plurals and grammatical agreement. Arabic has 6 plural forms. Polish has 4. Really? Count plural 1 number potion, other number potions. Handles that. String concatenation does not. Never build sentences by gluing fragments. Word order differs across languages. Oh, wow. Oh my god, localization is going to be fucking annoying. Internationalization and localization is going to be annoying. If I ever get to that point. And should I be worried working on this during design and dev testing, pre-actual development? Things that people don't think about. Things that solo devs don't think about. New solo devs don't think about. So like, I'll take things that new solo devs never think about for 100, please. Alex, I mean Ken, I mean whoever it is, no, whatever. Do now, cheap, brutal later. String externalization from line 1. This is the retrofit that eats months. Everything else on this list is annoying to fix late. This one's a rewrite. Text stack choice. Whether your renderer can shape Arabic or Indic, do proper line breaking on Japanese, and fall back across fonts. Picking a text system that can't is a genuine one-way door. Flexible layout as a habit. Auto sizing containers, anchors, no pixel perfect fixed with buttons. Fuck! Cost nothing while you're building the first screens. Art audio policy, no text baked into assets. Okay. If your dialogue does player name handed pronoun the item name, you've encoded English grammar into your content. Gendered nouns, adjective agreement, and case marking mean many languages can't fill that template at all. Oh, because of the ordering. Deciding now whether the player names things, whether NPCs have variable gender, and how much dynamic substitution the writing leans on is a design decision with low. Oh, gee. Full sentence variants per case rather than a simple. VO scope. Am I going to have any voiceover? I might have English voiceover, but I don't think I'm going to have other voiceover because I'm not going to have the money for it. All right, so a question for those of you watching. Do you think I'm ever going to actually need to localize? I'm never going to get there anyway, right? That's what people say. All right, so now I can go back over here. And a side question. Yeah, I do know that. I do know that, which is like, I'm very aware. I'm probably going to end up doing localization. And like I said, voiceover in English, but not necessarily in other languages. Because I'm not going to have the money to do I'm not going to have the money to do voiceover for English either, but I'm going to want to do it. So we'll see. Why? Because of all the freaking lore work I did yesterday and this morning. All right. There's an ad in 10 minutes. I'm going to do it now because I need to go to the bathroom now while this is doing it. I'll be right back. All right. We're back. Okay. Oh. Ah. Okay. Okay. Client owns the owns the wording. Okay. Server sends IDs and numbers. The client owns every string a human reads. That generalizes past errors, ability names, etc., etc. From server codes, they are arguable client data that happens to live in the same repo, whether the server ever loads them or they ship straight to the client. Yeah. All right. Fix the missing commas. Decide what count should be. Count is supposed to be either an int or a string. We did polarity. Yep. We're going to add a new one. All right, so that takes care of that's actually a great idea. Oh no, it's types, not on Marshall. Types. Fact. Count, selection. Polarity. Artifact. There we go. Okay. Yeah, but we're not doing the resolver. We're doing the unmarshal algorithm. Okay, so now where do we stand? Let's stand. Where do we stand? Where do we stand? I think it's still right here. Typeset go all 4 unmarshallers and test for invariants. In progress, effect bag test, fixtures, written. Table sketch needs commas after each entry. 1 on the T-loop body count -1, target slot case, and 3 error cases. The loop body count -1, target slot case, and the 3 error cases. So name, target, slot model, comma, YAML, input, resource, target, slot, YAML, comma, want, model, model, target, slot, comma. Missing valid model. So that's error case 1. Error case 2 is count -1. Actually count -1. So it's not this. 3 error cases. The 3 error cases are missing valid model. What are the other 2 error cases? I don't even want to look at it. And what are the other 2 error cases? And we'll be working on loader and validate tonight. This is the next 20 minutes. No, this is the next 20 minutes. The rest of this is later. Finish the effect bag table body. Yeah. So what are the 3 error cases? Missing valid model. Invalid model type. And what else? The mapping guard case. I already have the mapping guard. Okay, so yeah, invalid mapping node. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, that's the invalid model type. Yeah. Yeah. Expected mapping node. All right, so yeah, that's the invalid mapping node case. So what's the third? Missing model, unrecognized model, non-mapping node. Oh, non-mapping node. Okay. Name. Unrecognized model. Whatever contains, and this is, Jesus Christ, and this is this expected mapping node. And then finally, invalid model. Invalid model, go back down Marshall, down here. Unrecognized model type, or unrecognized model, and that's what we're looking for here, which is this. That should be it. Copy, paste, done. Close. One missing God damn it. Fucking Christ. I keep forgetting the damn commas. One missing comma. Boop. Keep forgetting those. One wrong constant value in one test case that doesn't test what you think. That's a mapping node. Target slot YAML says model targeted slot, but your constant is model. Ooh. Okay. Slot item isn't a field on targeted slot effect, which is in the types. Now it is. Wrong node type is wrong. Model is a mapping at the top level, so it passes. So just a scalar or AB. Yeah. Oh, not that. This. So we'll do that because that makes sense. Then the node handed to that is wrong. Resource YAML still has duration 3, which resource effect lacks. Resource effect shouldn't lack that right now. Yeah, resource effects now has that, so. Okay, so that's all set. Now in here, inside the run body, we have the first thing we need to do is declare the tag. unmarshal the thing into the bag. Unmarshalling is pretty easy. It's this right here. The unmarshal byte. I gotta remember that specifically. I have to remember this like line specifically, but error equals is it YAML.onMarshal? Yeah. And then we put the byte in there. Or we put the value. Oh my god. Put the value in here as a byte. And convert em.yaml input to that. Right? And we put it into into that, comma, and bag. So that takes care of that. So it's unmarshaled. Now we check the error. If error not equal to nil, and that will give us, during the unmarshalling, we have the error. So I think percent or absolute isn't, because I made changes. Now it's just this instead of using a TC should error. So like scaling cell is the better version of this. If there's a error wanted and we don't actually do anything, right? So if there's an error that we want, all right, so now here we go. Now we're beyond the errors that we're looking for. And now we can actually check the output. That should be all we need. Nil guard on bag effect. Okay, now all right, so bag effect is nil. Because we can't compare it if it's nil, right? So we need to make sure we actually have the effect, the model. We need the model in order to start comparing that it's the kind we're looking for. I need to verify that's what we're doing here. Four fields, 8 cases, 1 per model, plus missing model, unknown model, non-mapping, which use error contains and leave want model empty. The body unmarshal into an effect bag. Handle the error branch as you have been. Guard against a nil effect and compare kind. Guard against nil effect. If bag.effect.kind, yeah, that's fine. A copy paste error in the heal case for E heal effect, but bag.effect equals E from the wrong variable or the wrong constant in the case label is exactly the kind of mistake that only a per model test catches. So one line of YAML, assert model heal, etc., etc. Test a dispatch once per model. That's what this is. Test the fields once per distinct field set. That's coming next. The OK form avoids a pin. There we go. Yeah. Okay. All right. So the actually bag effect, OK equals, not equals, equals bag effect. Why is it using D? Effect. Okay is not equal to nil. Okay, so effect is here. Now we check effect. Oh, bag effect. Yeah, no, wait. I need to. It's not damage effect. I need to make sure that we have. So this is. How do I? Wait a minute. It's not going to be. It's not going to be right. Because I need to check against. Because I need to check against the bag itself. Don't I? Nil guard or bag effect. Oh, silly me. Silly me. No, that's the mapping guard. That's not the nil guard. So we have the mapping guard, so it's the right type. And then we're looking for the model. But we don't have a model type, so that's the nil guard. Isn't that what the peak does? No, because it'll find model. This is the nil guard. In the test, protecting against the scenario, your armed marshal shouldn't produce What might if the switch has a bug? Dispatch succeeds, returns nil error, but bag effect was never assigned. Then bag effect.kind calls a method on a nil interface and panics. So bag effect, yeah, that's, so I was right here. But I was right in the first way. I was right the first way. Yeah. I was right the first way. My bad. Okay. All right. So now we already have those. So now I have to test the actual models. So now we have to make sure test model given versus model wanted. If want model, actually we want to do it this way. If if tm dot kind is not equal to want model, then t dot error f and this is gonna, let's go back into scaling cell and grab, I don't have a scaling cell. No. Oh, do I have those? I think I have those inside the unmarshaller itself. Yeah. Okay. Percent Q. Q. TM. Dot. Want model, comma, bag dot bag effect dot model, right? 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 Am I right? I think I am. This is pretty easy, like errors and whatnot, but I think I'm right on that. Oh, that's right, because I have... Wait, why is it kind instead of model? Why is it... and not... was bag dot effect. Silly me. Bag, it was a effect bag. Dot effect, okay. Yeah. There's no model field on any effect struct. Oh. Ah. If model or field, nothing would stop damage effect model heal. Yeah. That's right. The YAML model key is consumed by the probe used to pick the type, then discarded. After dispatch, that information lives in the struct which you're holding, and the struct is the kind. That's why. Bag.effect.kind. That's why. Okay, that makes sense. And so that's this, not the other way around. Because TM is the test, the test for TM being model, the effect bag. Testing the effect bag, test model. Okay. So this is tm.want model because that's part of the test model, the modeling test. And this is bag.effect.kind and not tm.kind or tm. Model or whatever the hell I had before. tm.kind. It's not tm.kind because tm.kind doesn't exist. There's no such thing. Okay. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. I think I'm going to have like one error. Oh, 4 errors. One error contains twice. Appears twice. I don't have TC. Fucking Christ. Thought I got all 4 of those from copy pasting. Want model there in the kind comparison. YAML not imported. You have testing and strings only. Wait, what? Why I use AI to check things. Wrong node type won't hit the guard. Model just a scalar is a mapping, one key, one scalar value. There. Did I keep bag effect in here? I don't see. The nil guard message says bag. It's the message. It says bag.bag effect. What is bag.effect? All right, so now we have to actually make a couple of changes. That should fail. Missing valid model. Expected missing valid model. Excellent. Unrecognized model, just a string. Which means... excuse me. Recognize model. Expected mapping node got scalar. Oh, excuse me. All right. Now we have the remaining sequence. Deeper effect tests. Base fields once, model specific fields for condition, displace, resource, remove, and target slot, plus a condition recursion case, a condition containing a condition. The last one is the only untested part of the recursion. Footprint reconcile is now further behind. Polarity and slot are new since we last did the divergences. Loader.go, the walk in the known field. Yay. Yay. During the next ad break, I'm going to need to go and grab something to eat. I'm going to heat up some chimichangas. Chimichangas take about 3 minutes to cook. It takes me about 50 seconds total to get downstairs and back upstairs. So during the next break, is go make myself some chimichangas. I'll be gone for about 5 minutes instead of 2.5. So we will got here. Wonder if I'll be able to do the test on this machine. I really want to be able to sit downstairs or sit outside at some point and do coding, like coding at night. Actually, coding at 9:41. Nobody outside. So. Nice and cool out. So I can turn the AC off. So it comes a little bit nicer in here. And I can do this. And now I can't hear anything. The music's already too loud if I turn it up. Okay, so that's not working. So that's... needs to be A1. That's strip 8. That's not what I'm looking for. I want the outbound. Huh. And I don't have the shit. Okay. Okay. That's my speakers. That's my speakers, that's my headphones. And this is the overall system sounds. Okay, speakers, headphones. All right. That's what I was trying to get. Okay. God, I hate that sound. Okay. All right, so now dispatch is verified. 2 field tests. What do I take them? Base fields once. One effect with target, coefficient scales, scaling cell, and requires all popular. One effect with target, coefficient scale, scaling cell, and requires all popular. Now we're going to do another one. And then I read them with like that. Now I have to do OS, or OS is automatic. So there's no reason to keep damage not like this exactly and not like expand upon this, because we're going to be testing stuff anyway, testing these specifically anyway. And we're going to be modifying the ability descriptor footprint. So this will give us a really good place to actually verify that these work and just keep them in their own little thing here. We can do this because condition's going to end up being much more involved. So I'll be able to just put it in here, and instead of changing the tests like this, I'll just add new tests. So these will still work, and then I'll add new stuff to the tests, new like fields to make sure that we are doing exactly what we want, so that we don't have to worry about this stuff. Displace. New file, displace, YAML. New file, mitigation, YAML. And displace, we have this, and mitigation, we have this. Then we have remove, resource, and target slot. New file, remove, resource, and target slot. Target slot. Now we have remove that. We have resource. Is this? And we have target slot. Which is this? All right. All right, like I said, we're gonna go and make myself some chimichangas. So we'll be back in about 5 minutes instead of 2.5 once I set this up. Once I press the button or it starts on its own. But we're there. So pause the music, throw up the ad. I'll be back in 5 because I'm going to make something to eat. We'll be back. 3 chimichangas ready to. Extremely hot. I burned my fingers taking them out. Sorry about the massive bam on the sound. The ad came up. I need to change some of that too. Oh shit, hot. Hmm. All right. I didn't know that. I don't remember what caused me to start trying chimichangas, but I've fallen in love with the damn things. They're so good. Probably not good for me, but they're good. Hi, Yeka. How are you tonight, my friend? Oh my. Thank you. I appreciate that you decided to spend your time with me. Ooh. What is it? It left. I don't know if I can do this here. I don't think I can. Gives me the byte. Can't return variable of type byte as a string value in the return string. So I convert it, explicitly convert it to a string, and it doesn't let me do that either. So how do I return the data? I actually have to turn this off. Hold on. I just noticed that. That's not good. Synthwave time. I'm a moron. I'm a moron. Is a test. Do I need to pass T over there? Just return the item. QWERTY. I don't know what Zig is, and while I think I might maybe know what spy is, I don't know what spy is. But welcome in. I should probably just return this as a byte and not do. Keep it simple. Keep it simple. As string. Oh, really? Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I've been out of programming since like 2004, I think. But yeah, you beat the market. Are you rich now? Good luck. Remember to post on Wall Street Bets. To the moon. I'm not smart enough to do all that. I forget what they call that stuff when you're just like dumb with that stuff. It's like I've played the market 3 times in my life, and all 3 times I don't have the necessary willpower to just watch money go up and down, put 20 grand in, watch it go down to 50 bucks. Nope, I'm done. Did that 3 times, never doing it again. I'm not smart enough. I don't know economic systems well enough to be able to do that shit. And I don't have enough money to just blow on trying to do it, so. I have a lot of respect for the people that can and do that. Much more respect for the people who, like, for example, made GameStop, like, go to the moon or whatever. But I would never be able to do it. Part 1. I generally forget to raid when I leave because I stay on so long that I get so tired I just have to go. But if I remember, I will. Method. Keep calling them functions. Oh, okay. All right, so let me do this, which then does that, and then we can do the rest. And then inside here, I didn't even think about doing that. Dry. Dry. Rid of all the repetitive shit. Sometimes you can go a little bit too far doing this. I know that because I've done it. But this plus that. And we have test data in one location in million or whatever. This one. All right. And this ends up being all right, so I think so that reads at table construction table. So they're all read before any t.run executes. Okay. And move the call inside t.run with the table holding just the file name. What does that mean? Does that mean that I'm putting the call here? Instead of YAML input, converting it to a byte, I'm so instead of that, we'd be doing this. And then in here, instead of unmarshalling there, we end up doing must read. That. Move the call inside t.run. String must read, then byte at the unmarshal round trips for nothing. Keep it as byte throughout. Change the table field to YAML file string holding the name. Then inside the subtest, data equals data. Okay. So that. except tm dot. Because now it's YAML. So instead of must read data, instead of adding another, like a fucking thing here. But this has to be a string. Okay. And so now instead of that, it's just these. Right? Oops, if I put the parens, I mean the quotes around them. Right? I have mitigation. I have remove, resource, target slot. Right? And then target slot, target underscore slot. Right? So now we don't have these at all. We have the must read, which does it. Cannot continue open test data model, just a string, no such file or directory. It's actually a good idea. Which then means that doing this Unknown field YAML file instruct online 27. What the fuck? Why? Now, all right. Okay, so when I test with YAML file, I think I can do it under Not under form. I think I can do it under. Under OS. Exit, not exists. File exists. OS.file exists. I think this is how you're supposed to do it. So if it exists, then this. Otherwise, that. Now, do not use untyped string. Byte. And now we do this way. Wait, what? Not exists. There. No. OS.file exists isn't a... Wait, what? What the fuck? How was that? That's so weird. What am I doing wrong? Oh. Code doesn't have one deliberately. Checking existence, then opening is erased. The file can vanish between files. The idiom is to just open it and handle the error, which OS read file already does. Okay. So the original helper was correct. The 3 error cases, the YAML file is empty, so must read, tries test data, and it fails. That's why you're seeing cannot continue. Because on an error, it's supposed to go to the other thing. Fixes to branch before reading, not inside the helper. To branch before reading, not inside the helper. YAML file is not equal to nothing. Then, all right, ads incoming. We'll be right back. Okay. We're back. Line 48. Must read returns a string. No, must read returns a byte. The contents return a string, which becomes a byte. Then I on Marshall. Must read value of type byte as string value in assignment. Line 48. But it takes the string. Cannot use must read tm YAML file. That goes in as a byte? Wait, what? How is... So how the So how the fuck is that going in here as this and then getting to here and being seen as a byte when it's a string? Untyped string. What am I doing wrong? This doesn't seem necessary. Must read TML YAML file. Value of type byte is type string. The fuck? What am I doing wrong? You declared constant content as string somewhere around line 47. That was the whole issue. Contents is the return value from here, which is a byte, and is the value of this, which is a byte, or turned into a byte anyway. Must read returns a byte. This is a byte, and unmarshal requires a byte. Alternately, we can do this. Now I know this. Alternately, we can do this, which is what the default is elsewhere, and we can do that. And not use contents of type byte. Did I change? Contents isn't byte. It's now a string. Read file returns a byte. And so that just double converts it. So wow, you're that early in the game? Wait, you're on like one step down from honor mode. So congratulations. Awesome. I find that saving her is actually better. Kill the hag's little, like, what's her face? Let her meet her boyfriend. Yeah. Turn her into a zombie like her boyfriend is. It's more fun. It's much more fun. Let them be in love forever. All right, so we can actually do it that way. Okay. So it just Excuse me. Oh, what the? So I knew this was gonna happen. Son of a bitch. I need to take a nap. My sleep schedule's all screwed up. I'm sleeping 3 hours at a time. If I go to bed now, I fix my sleep schedule. And I start streaming tomorrow at 10 and go right till midnight. Because I will have slept 8 hours. But if I do that now, if I go to bed now and I don't sleep right through to 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning, I'm fucked. And I don't want to just sleep right here, leave the stream going, be like, oh, just sleeping, you know. But at the same time, I don't want to stay up and keep freaking. No. When I say I sleep for 2 hours, I wake up, I'm up for 5. I go back to bed, I sleep for 2, I'm up for 12. Like, it's annoying. It's very, very annoying. All right. Vaccine games. Sleep. Yes. I'm not going to sleep. Sleep is for the weak, and I'm not weak. I am weak. I'm just not going to sleep. It started when I opened the window. I said that. Sleep. I didn't say sleep. I said sleep. Yes. It started when I opened the damn window because it's 82. It's 72 outside, but it feels like it's 82. So that shit isn't actually keeping the room cool. When I turned off my AC, just turn it back on. Just set to 74, and then close those so that I can actually go back to sleep. The problem is, as you can now hear as I'm talking. Oh, slap. Yeah, you did. Yeah, slap. Yeah, schlep is better. You said sleep twice. Which is why I kept saying sleep. But yes, slap. But you can hear the AC in the background now with the freaking AC on. You're solo developing an MMO. How long have you been doing it? Are you actually learning the technologies as you're doing it like I am? Which is just gonna make things that much more, like, it's gonna just fucking take longer, so much longer. It's gonna take me so damn long. Oh, but that's okay. I'm learning. I'm doing things a little bit differently than other people. Like Cakes learned before he started coding Tangy TD. According to what I've read, he learned for about 4 years how to code before he started doing Tangy TD. And Tangy TD, after he learned how to code for the 4 years, took him another 2. Building like small games and whatnot, basically going through tutorials and learning how to do things without building the game itself. I'm learning while doing, which means I'm gonna fail very hard at many points. Unity for 15 years. Nice. When I get to the Godot side of things, I'm gonna have to learn that too. I'm not sold on Godot versus Unity versus Unreal. However, I'm pretty heavily looking at Godot. We'll see. Yeah, that's Cakes. He streams on Twitch and I think YouTube. He might only stream on Twitch and just save stuff for YouTube, but yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Really? Really? Another streamer. Let me see. Hold on. Make sure this is muted. It is muted. What am I looking for? I'm looking for this. Iced Imp. I think I know who that is. I think I've watched him. I think. Oh, and he's actually streaming some world building too. Interesting. So how long has he been doing this? When did he start? Started a week ago? So he's doing it in... And he's actually writing it straight on. He's doing paint straight on there. I should probably do that. The problem is I don't have... Like, I have a second monitor, but I don't have one that I could write on here like this. He's doing it. He's using Claude code instead of just Claude. That's understandable. He's probably not learning Go himself, where I'm learning Go just straight up. That makes sense. I'm gonna have to. I'm not following him, so. Boop. And he's already got the. No, this is just talk about it. Next phase ideation. I'm looking for. So he's, all right, so I should probably put my website stuff in there too. And he's naming the game Hatchet. That's cool. I want to get to, okay, so assets, command data, design, internal logs. So you'll see in mine, you'll see that I have lore. When I start doing like game design, like the actual story of the let me turn that down for a minute. When I do the storyline of the story, this is like one of the two novels I'm pulling all of my content from this novel and from another novel, and both of them are in progress. Neither of them is done. And so when I'm pulling stuff that I have from stuff that I've already done, so I know kind of what I'm going to do for the magic system. I'm basically going to use Brandon Sanderson's Laws of Magic for that. I have general backstory stuff that I'm using as a base for what I'm actually doing. All of this inside this one and inside. So I have two books. Yeah, shout out to Brandon. I've got his books downstairs. Actually, I think I have to do it this way. File open. And so this is an Indistinct Aurora, and the other one is the first of them. So these two novels, once the second one opens here, is where I'm bringing a lot of the content or the ideas for the MMO from. Because these things have been in my mind for a very, very, very long time. And so I started writing novels for them. I actually got my master's degree in English based on this novel in progress right here. So I've already done a whole bunch, but I don't want to spoil like content for people when it gets to a point where this is what's going on, this is what's going to happen, this is what's going to happen, etc. So I'm not putting my lore on display. I want people to learn it as they play the game. But I'm going to have it so that later on, if people say, hey, there's this and there's that, what happened, I can actually point out where something might have changed or the idea that I had has changed and whatnot. So, so would it be easier to attach them to the AI so that I have context, so that I don't have to worry about making changes and whatnot? I really need to get a way to make my mouse or make something increase the size of wherever my mouse is. But because my stream is actually on a different PC, capturing the stream here, I can't actually make it capture the mouse movements. But this right here, I do have one. I have a project that is just for my lore building. And it's closed right now, so you're not going to see anything in there, but I do absolutely have a project just for my lore. And when I do something in the lore, it gets saved to the lore folder in the repo. So it's a mono repo. It gets saved to that repo that actually all of the AIs that I'm using then access to verify that the lore is consistent across everything that I'm doing. So yeah, I've thought about that. So he's been doing this for 50 days. I've been doing this for 11. And I'm learning Go, and it looks like he probably knows Go already. Like, he's using JSON, tileset files live in data decor, forest decor.json. I have no idea how I'm going to do that side of things. I'm not an artist, so I'm going to, like, everything that I'm going to use is going to be, like, placeholder shit. And so, a very different style of playing, of coding here, where I'm actually actively trying to learn the technology I'm using, that being Go, C#, and Godot. Or if I swap from the back end, instead of me developing the back end myself, if I swap to like Rust or a Rust model or like Unity or like if I use an actual engine like Nakama or Spacetime DB or any number of the other ones that are out there for the back end, like I'm going to have to learn that technology as well. So right now my tech stack is literally Go, Godot, and C#. But it might change. It might change quite drastically. I don't know. Yeah, those do. Like if I wanted to do that, but I was talking specifically about like making the window that you guys see in OBS zoom into a spot, like some coders have, and like some like Andy Lippy, the person who makes a whole bunch of plugins, has something like that. And I can't do that because my computer and the streaming computer are separate. So yeah, I'm going to learn what I need to learn to make what I want work, but at the same time, I'm also going to learn other stuff. Like right now, I can't go any further in here with the actual learning, but I want to know about generics. So I'm going to be in here learning about generics at some point, but I can't actually do anything because I'm not paying for I'm not paying for the boot.dev yet. That will come later. So like the reason it's here is so that I can go and reference things if I need to. Same reason why, really, I'm going to bring that over there, why the Go stuff is here. So luckily, the whole networking side of things, luckily I have a little bit more experience there than I do with the actual coding, but it comes from Visual Basic coding and Merc scripting and Visual Basic for applications and Perl and PHP. Specifically Perl and Visual Basic, and I'm talking Visual Basic 5 and 6. So that's 25 years ago, and Perl 96, right? Well, that's 30 years ago. But I have some knowledge of that. Like I know how WebSockets work. I know how WinSock works. And I looked into protobuffer stuff with a pretty significantly vibe coded version of what I'm doing now, but I didn't learn anything from that experience. So I stopped using the vibe code, and then I came back over to here for learning Go. But the earlier stuff, so this is the project I'm on right now. This is a project that I was trying to swap it to because I was like, well, maybe an MMO won't work. So that was before. This is a project I thought meant, well, maybe I have to create a different game first and learn from that. And I just ideas here that are also from the others. This is the one that I swapped to and restarted when I wanted to start learning Go recently. So this is the actual changeover, but I had too much from the old project in there. And this is the start of the current project, which is I'm going to learn Go while I do it. This one right here, you can see ECS refactoring and whatnot. I was trying to learn it, but I didn't learn anything here. With this stuff, I learned nothing with this. I have no idea. I know what the struct is and whatnot now because I learned them, but I have no idea, like, why am I using a pointer here and why is it dereferenced above? Like, I have no idea why I'm doing this. Not dereferenced above, so that's the return. So why am I using a pointer in the first place? I have to create. I don't know what I'm doing here because it's vibe coded. So I was like, fuck vibe coding. I want to learn this shit. I want to know what I'm doing with this. ECS. I'm going to use ECS. I'm not even joking. I'm going to use ECS. I think it's what I need to use. I think it's going. Do I need to know ECS? Yes. Entity component system. Because it's an MMO, I want it to be as robust as possible from the get-go. Can we say fuck my life? Yes, we can. But this is what it was beforehand. And I said, okay, I'm going to keep going with this. And then I realized I'm not going to learn if I keep doing this more vibe code than anything. So I stopped. I had stuff with Godot in here too. I was just like, I'm not going to learn anything from this. And it wasn't just this one that I did that to. It was like 3 different versions of that I was just trying. So it's MMO old, MMO less old, and then parts of this are in here, which is why I was like, no, I can't do that. So this is basically just from scratch. This one is from scratch. These 3 are all, vibe code stuff, and I'm like, I can't do it. I can't do it. And I stopped this 2 weeks ago and started this instead. So yeah, I'm learning. The goal is to learn while I'm doing this. I read something today. I'm gonna put it out there now because I just want to make sure it's out there so that people can come back, push back on me hard if I, at some point in the future, decide to try and change this like a jackass. This game, if I ever release it, is going to be free to play, is going to not have any pay to win systems in it whatsoever, and is only going to make money from people who donate to the cause or people who buy cosmetics. That is it. No pay to win, period. You're a whale, buy the cosmetics. That's all I'm going to say about that. And part of that is because I don't want people, I'm not going to put up a Kickstarter. I will be putting up devlogs and whatnot, but there's going to be no Kickstarter. I don't want people thinking that they're giving me money to make me finish the game, because fuck Ashes of Creation, fuck Chronicles of Illyria. I didn't put money into Chronicles, but I was really interested in it. Fuck that. I put money into Ashes of Creation, and I don't want to be on the same level as those people. I'm not in it to make, I'm in it to learn. So I'm in it for some like benefit to myself. But as long as I find a way to make enough money to pay the bills for this that are beyond the bills I'm already paying for my own shit, then I'm okay. I don't want money from this. I'm not particularly well off. I'm not going to spend $4,000 a month and say, hey, the server's up forever, and don't worry because I can spare $4,000 a month. I'm not going to do that. But what I am going to do is make sure that people get to play the game for free, and that I continue to put. But well, think about it. League of Legends started off with just cosmetics, and Path of Exile started off with just cosmetics. They swapped to a gacha style model. Fuck gacha. No. You want cosmetics? That's the gacha that there is. And it's not even gacha. It's you want a cosmetic, you buy it. Period. There's no loot box bullshit in this. I'm putting this out there now because I've been like this my entire life. Fuck that kind of shit. But I want people to know there is no and will be no, if this ever gets released, there will be no pay to win. There will be no pay to play. It will be quite literally free to play, free to get 100% of the time. And the only way I'm going to make money on this thing is through cosmetics and donations. And the donations are going to be like, well, don't donate to me. Like, I'm not throwing up a Kickstarter. Here's my Patreon. You want to help me do this? This is what you get. You get backstage stuff for like, maybe I'll give you a little lore tidbit that nobody else gets or what have you. But nothing like what all these other places have started doing, because fuck that noise. Just so now clip it, actually make a point to clip it. That's out there. Fucking push back on me if I ever fucking say that that's not what's going on. Because people's minds and thoughts and ideas change later on. But if I ever get this thing out, it's throw it back in my face. You said no pay to win. You said no this. Well, not even pay to win. You said it's gonna be free to play. Oh yeah, well I have to put a box cross on it. No, you said this. Fine, I said it. You're right. You're right. That kind of shit. That's what I want, because I don't want to come across as a hypocrite. So we're gonna rewrite our ability descriptor footprint. I'm not gonna write the whole thing out because I would get confused about what's there. So I'm gonna have the AI write it, and then I'm just gonna double check it all. And then we'll go and start doing the in-depth tests for the different models. So the models are target models. They're conditions, attacks, defenses, spells, abilities, talents. They all have a model of what that effect can do. Can it affect a target? Can it affect the arena? Can it affect the world? Can it affect like a weapon, an item, whatever? So those are all effects. And so that's what we're testing right now. Again, this is all before we even have a model, a prototype in place. This is all so that we can test the combat of the prototype to make sure that I'm actually on the right path to move forward with actually developing the game. Because if combat doesn't feel good, I have to start all over because my combat sucks. I don't think it'll suck, but we'll see. Targeted effects, oh yeah, alongside targeted. Nobody will change, but I'm not going to put it in. So yeah, I don't again, pay win. So Diablo Immortal really upset me because I was a huge Diablo fan, and I started playing it. I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool. And then I saw the pay to win, and I was just like, I can't play this shit because I've never played a pay to win game before that. And like, I had never actually taken, I don't play mobile games, so that's totally out the window. I don't play any like shooters anymore. The last one I did was Counter-Strike 1, it was Source. But I was more into Counter-Strike 1.6 at the time, so that far back. And I don't like the ideas that have gone into what League of Legends has started doing with the gacha mechanics there. And so there's that. Like, I see pay to win. I see even pay to convenience. Pay for convenience to me is pay to win. Why is pay for convenience pay to win for me? Because it should take person A and person B the same amount of time to get to a point, regardless of how much money that person makes. And yeah, you can counter that with, well, person A has to work 80 hours a week to make the same amount as person B working 20 hours a week. And so they don't have as much time as person B. So person B can now be a degenerate and just stay in the game for, you know, those 80 hours a week. At which point I say, well, then they burn out on all the content and they go away. I'm very against any type of pay for an advantage, period. You pay money for an advantage, and it's like, no. If you're paying for an advantage, no. Cosmetics only. Cosmetics will give no advantages. They will just make you look different. They will not change hitboxes. They will not change how much damage you take, how much damage you give. They will not give you a bonus on X, Y, or Z. Period. If there's pay to win, there's pay for anything except cosmetics. I'm doing it wrong. So, like, L-I-E-K, like a called shot. Stash tabs is pay to win. That's actually another thing. If you have to pay to get something, like if there's a paywall for something that should normally be in the game, nope. If there's 64 stash tabs, you have 64 stash tabs. If I can't justify a reason to remove like 5 stash tabs and just like restrict people to 4 stash tabs and that's it forever, if I can't justify that, then you're not getting a restriction. Like very, like I already put the clip in here. I'm gonna have to make an actual like point of fact kind of video. This is what's not going to be in the game, which sucks. It's gonna be, this is all that will be in the game. Doesn't matter because all that will be in the game is the gameplay and cosmetics, which should by default automatically discount everything else, but that doesn't work. The game is not going to have pay to win. It's not going to have pay for convenience. It's not going to have pay for extra character slots. It's not going to be pay for extra this or pay for extra that, right? So like, it's going to be very specifically, if this game ever gets released, if I can stop talking and start coding more, if the game ever gets released, it's going to be released in a state where it's free to play, it's free to get, no box cost, no subscription cost. The only way that the only thing that you can actually put money into is buying cosmetics, and those aren't going to be overpriced. Like the big problem is going to be making sure the storyline is good, storylines, because it's going to be more than one, making sure that the gameplay feels good, and making sure that I actually finish the damn game before I die. I can't be coding this for 25 years. I've got to be done this in 5 or 6 or at most 7. I don't want to go beyond that. So I have a hard limit here. Well, let's hope. Let's hope. Yeah, 6-7. I want to make sure that I get it done. I have a very real set of like goals for X, Y, and Z throughout the entirety of the project. Only one of them has been written down so far, and that's that I want to get the prototype build to test our combat done by Wednesday. I started on a Wednesday. I said I want 2 weeks to get this done. That Wednesday is coming up on the 19th. Is it the 19th? I think it's the 19th. So I started this on the 5th. So I've been doing this for it's 11 days. I think I started it on the 4th. And so the 19th is that first actual milestone. Did I get the prototype combat build done? Multi-actor combat build done, so that we can actually test if combat feels good or not by the 19th. If I get it done by the 19th, then great, our first milestone has been hit, and then at that point we can say it feels good, it feels like it's on the right track, this feels like it'll be a good thing, or there's absolutely no chance, this is going to be dull as fuck and there's no reason to keep going. That's the pass fail gate for that point. So that's what we're going for. With that being said, I turned on the AC and I never close these. And now an ad's coming in like a minute and I go to the bathroom or hydrate or something during every ad. So basically I end up getting up every 50 minutes or so. Sometimes I skip one. So like every 2 hours or so, I get up, hydrate, go to the bathroom, the whole 9 yards. And when I do, I ask that, I don't know why my camera was off. I ask that you do the same thing. So please, during this upcoming ad, hydrate. If you can, get up and walk around. Take care of yourself is what I mean by all this. So during this ad, please take care of yourself. And we will be back in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. I have to remember that the stuff that I have is kind of different. The ads come up whether I want them to or not. Baby, I hear you. I see you. What's up? Why is that doing that? Why is that so fucking loud? Why is that so loud? Why is that so loud? Why is that so fucking loud? That makes no sense. Hmm. Very strange why my tests are coming through so damn loud. I'll just turn off the ad music for now. All good. All good, I guess. Why are you doing that? Okay. All right, I gotta call her. She hasn't responded. She sent the message and then didn't respond when I said, "What's up?" Baby. Hi, you called? Or you said hi? What's up? I'm okay. Why are you awake? What? Just your usual? That sucks. It's going. I love you too. Fuck. Thank you for the follow, Paxi. Or Paxian. I hope you do get back to sleep. Okay. That's the problem I'm having with the frickin' the audio coming over separately from my alerts. Yeah. I love you too, baby. Good night, baby. No, she was on the phone with me. Was on the phone with me. I'm not home. Okay, whatever. How you doing, Rob? Today the coding is going well, if a bit slowly. Still having issues with your jaw? I feel bad. I think I'm gonna keep that like that. Oh, yeah. My bad, because it freaking jumped in my ear. I'm going to mute my microphone for a minute just in case.
Twitch user, Mr. Demon Wolf, says, what is your fave kind of pizza and what toppings, deep dishes included?
Okay, so that wasn't that loud. I'm gonna lose potential followers, potential people. You had to ask me what my favorite kind of pizza was. You had to ask that. So people are gonna start thinking that I'm a heathen, I'm a monster, that I don't deserve to exist. My favorite type of pizza is traditional, just like a traditional, like circular pizza, cut in squares, but a traditional circular pizza. That's my favorite. My favorite pizza toppings, I'm afraid to say it, but I love the fact that I am myself and I don't really care what people say. I really, wow, I just got shivers. I really enjoy Hawaiian pizza with pineapple and ham. That being said, if you haven't tried this, what I'm about to say, try it yourself before you start jumping down my throat. Pineapple and black olives. So for the pineapple, for the Hawaiian pizza, you know, maybe I'll take a stuffed crust, but generally just give me a standard pizza just with pineapple and ham. Give me a standard Hawaiian pizza. My second favorite is pepper and onion. My third favorite is pepperoni. My fourth favorite is meat lovers. I try not to eat meat lovers now because way too much meat and I don't have a gallbladder, so the grease kind of fucks with me. But yeah, that's it. That is it. All right, combo outcome carry. So I don't have. Yeah, that would work. That would work. Hand tossed Chicago cut Hawaiian pizza with black olives, that would work. But no, when I said pineapple and olives, just a traditional cheese pizza that happens to have pineapples and olives on it. The sweetness of the pineapples counteracts the tartness and like saltiness of the olives in a very, very good way. And it does so all in your mouth. It's so good. But it's also a type of pizza that you won't be able to just like mow down on for days at a time, because it does get boring after 6 or 7 pieces. that's basically it. Yeah, I can definitely understand that. Ooh, excuse me. Thank you, Baldwin. Appreciate you. Yeah, so this should domain action reaction tempo passive environment spell trait skill talent basic mechanism source. Fuck. Reason why I said fuck is because actually I can do this. Go over here, go to doc scheme, ability descriptor. No, I can't do that because I never put it in here, right? Action reaction tempo passive environment. So maybe in. Hold on. Our directory separated by type. Okay. Thin crust with the host wing sauce, light cheese, jalapenos, bell peppers, cherry peppers, banana peppers, and pineapples. If I was extra, I'd add lemon pepper to it too. Interesting. You can't get that from somebody? I would say that you can. Just ask them to make it that way, you know? My neck. Next, Dad, I'm going to get another drink. I might be drinking too much soda recently. So I should be okay there. This should be good. This is basically what I have. Sure. Very partial. Requires same as the requires field here. Okay. Action. Halo. Depth capped at 2. Condition can't apply itself. Yeah, but you can always ask for it. They might not have it available for it because that stuff might be done during prep, but you can always ask. And always ask. Yeah, it's probably because they end up doing it with like during prep. They make they prep the wings early, so they're all like sitting in that sauce all day until they have to cook them. That kind of prep saves time during rushes. Makes it so that you can't actually get it later because they don't have the sauce just sitting there. Resource should ride magnitude. What? Oh, I'm yawning. I see. I get it. Why? Son of a bitch. I don't want to keep yawning, like, at all. Apply to the property. Why? All right, welcome back. Oh, fuck. Shit. It's midnight. I probably should go to bed. Yeah, sleep is for when I haven't had any and I can't keep myself awake. You see me yawning. Like, holy shit. Oh, I don't want to. If I take a nap, I'm gonna lose like everybody. If I take a nap and leave it up, I'm gonna lose like half of y'all. You wouldn't see me. I don't have a camera in the other room. I'd have to sleep like this. Excuse me. Okay. Yeah, I have to go. I can't. Son of a bitch. Shit. Turn off my microphone and I'll be back. My microphone's going to be off, so actually did I turn off I turned off the ad music, right? I turned off the ad music. All right, so I'll be back in, I don't know what, maybe half an hour. And if it's longer than half an hour, I apologize. I need to take a quick nap. I'll be back. You get to watch me like this. I should have let you know that if you did something like this, it would wake me up. Not just the chat woke me up, but like, I think this would wake me up too. I think. Oh, that's not loud enough to wake me up. I turned it down. But yeah. No. Actually, like, I'm gonna stop the stream. I don't like sleeping on stream. I don't like it. I don't like the idea of it. I think it's cheesy. I don't even know why I tried to do it. I'll be back in an hour or two. I know I'm not going to sleep long. I'll be back in an hour or two. I'll leave it on, but I'll be back in an hour or two. The thing is, if I don't turn it off, then people won't get notified if I turn it back on. I'm going to go power nap. I'm going to sleep for 20 minutes. I'll power nap. I'll be back. Without the microphone on. So much for a few minutes, huh? Jesus Christ. Oh my God, and I could actually go back to sleep. My body is not happy with me at all right now. Holy shit. My body's all like, bitch, go back to sleep. Whew. My God. All right. Seeing as I'm back, let's see what somebody said.
Twitch user Catrainer says a test.
I said test. When did I say test? Back at 12:30. Well, in hindsight, I should have said I'm gone for a couple hours and actually just gone to sleep. Oh well. All right, we're back. Oh. Shit. Yeah, just me. Like right when I wake up. Like right when I woke up. My God. Cold in here. Holy shit. All right, so where were we? Where were we? We were at this spot. We are at this spot. So the descriptors are all set. Oh, excuse me. Ah. So we're at so the resource becomes bare bone. Put some extra stuff. Multiply one. Okay. So that's all set. Are you still in here, Demon? Thank you for sticking around, by the way. If you're still in here. Demon's not still here, but all right. It's okay. Get the ad taken care of. That's it. All right, so now this is. Anything else I have to worry about in here? Thank you. Yep. I started talking about how I was, funny. I brought this up here just before I went to bed 4 hours ago. It's still cold. It's pretty cold in here. I had an okay nap. My body's telling me I should go back to sleep. But because it was 20 minutes of 4 when I woke up, I said, I need to go in there because I still feel like shit having had it run for, what was it, 4 hours without me being there. So I still feel crappy. I don't like doing that kind of stuff. But I didn't want it I didn't want to drop it right away. So. Such is the way of it. Yeah. Well, yeah, it is, but like I knew I was gonna wake up after a couple of hours anyway, and the only way I would be like, no, I've got to go back to bed right now. I've got to go stop and just stop the stream. Sorry for like leading you on or whatever. Is if my eye was stuck with pain and I couldn't open it or whatnot. I'm not talking like, oh, I've got allergies. I'm talking like if it was in pain, then I'd be like, yeah, I need to sleep more because that's how my body like tells me, no, you haven't gotten enough sleep and you need to really get sleep. But it's not doing that, so I know that I'm okay. So basically I woke up, cleaned my hair a little bit because when I sleep, my hair gets all funky. So I did a cursory run through of my hair, put it back up tied it back up. I didn't even brush it. It's like all icky back here. Tied it back up and walked in here. That took me about 30 seconds. Walked in here, sat down, said, holy shit. So much for a couple minutes, and immediately get back to work. My house is consistently at like 72 degrees, give or take, except for this room. This room has like all of my computing power in it, and it's always like 75 to 77. But outside that window, regardless of what the inside of the house is, outside that window, in the middle of summer, it's like 90 degrees out. So, yeah, right now it's 59 outside, so I can turn off my AC and open these again. I'll make this room 75 instead of 77. All right, so as I was saying, going to damage here. We do this and do this. Okay. What were you playing? That's a game I've never played. Dead by Daylight. I've never played Dead by Daylight. My daughter has many, many, many times. I have not. My daughter is evidently going to be back here, moving back in with us in October or November, and staying here until March. which is a bit scary and unnerving because her room will be right there. But it is what it is. I have played a lot of 7 Days to Die. I haven't played since the 1.0 release, but I've played a lot of it. I hope you have a good time, my friend. Have a good time. What am I looking for? Holy shit. Version 3 now. Been a while. Why? Oh. So I'm saying that this is actually... Yeah, well, that's what I meant by that, yeah. The assertion pulls a concrete value out of the interface box and hands it to you with its real type restored, so all fields become reachable. So this is, by doing this, so more appropriately. Not quite. It's the value inside bag.effect as an image effect. Yeah. Just true or false. If it's false, D holds a 0 value damage effect. If D is true, okay. Ah. Okay. So, I mean, the value inside bag effect, assign it to D and assign it as a damage effect. And then right? No, no, no. And that's percent %T because it's type. Okay. But in order to make that work, we actually have to assert for the, we have to unmarshal first. We have to unmarshal first. means we have to do this, but we do it in this way. Right? So we unmarshal. We don't need. We need to set the bag effect. That's actually equals. Setting that. And that'll expire after the test. That's not even. Variable declare bag as a bag effect, not as a bag effect. And then instead of contents, we have to read the file, which is must read. So I'm going to read must read damage.yaml. And then this error not equal to nil. So if the error is, I'm glancing at a couple of minor things like way over here. As soon as I see this, I know that this ends up being in this format. So I don't even have to check over here, wherever. I know that it's in that format because of the semicolon. And that actually makes sense because we're not doing a contents error. We're just checking to see if the unmarshalling worked. And so if it did work, then we're not going to have an error because we didn't fatal out. If it didn't work, we'll have an error. So why? Hold on. No, because it's the bag. So it's in the bag. So if it errors out, then we'll have an error. If it doesn't error out, error will be nil. There will be no error that came back. That'll be nil. And we'll be able to start moving into the rest of it. At that point, bag will be populated, so bag.effect will have information, and if there's a damage effect, then we'll know that there's a damage effect. If there's no damage effect in the bag, in the effects bag, then we know we have a problem because we were looking for the damage effect. So when we go in here, we can actually start changing the model appropriately. But we also want to make sure that we have the null check, but the null check isn't here. The null check is here. And we need to make sure, how do we do a guard? We don't need to do a guard. Okay. So if it's that, we have p.fatalf because we don't care about it erroring. This is a fatal error. There's a problem. So because there's a problem, why percent? Oh, percent V holds the stuff. That's right. Okay, and then because that was a problem, and then we have that. Now, if that's not there, no errors. Have a populated damage effect. Scroll down. Okay, so how the fuck do you figure? I'm literally declaring it right there. How is it undefined? That's how. Not a bag dot effect. It's an effect bag. so I got that. So this has to be target. Okay. Hold on. So you don't target Izzy. And for clarity, I am not validating. Shit. The actual target. Add it to the pile. What a bunch of fucking hogwash. This thing just confused the shit out of me for no fucking reason. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Is that what it was asking? Okay, so it confused me because it's not a human. Yeah. Okay. Sweet Jesus. Why do I need a valid targets map? Oh yeah. That's right. Yeah, I suppose. But I don't think I need this map. I don't think I need this map. I think this map is kind of a bit too much. But all right, ads. We'll be right back. Wait, what? For real? Hold on. I have to check something. Okay, cool. Whatever. Oh, sure. Okay. That's what you get, kid. That's what you get. Holy shit. Oh my god. I would never do that to my kids, but if my kids ever did something like what that kid did to his cat, I'd probably have a fucking nutty. If it isn't, the constant isn't valid is exactly the intuition go breaks. The const declares 6 identifiers. It does not constrain what a target can hold. So target bananas compiles and target bananas and YAML decodes to the field without complaint. The validity check is the same need and it requires something iterable or indexing. So the valid targets. Same as a school. Because target self here simply becomes self. Okay. Yep. I think I went over that before. Okay. Methods attached to any name type. So add a a method to any name type. That's interesting. Oh, by this. Oh, okay. So, all right. All right. So because I have neither is dispatched on anywhere, so we're not testing the dispatch on those fields. So we need a map because we need to be able to test anything, something on that. Yeah. Okay. All right. So, just if this is valid, is this action valid? Is this domain valid? Is this family valid? These aspects in schools are different. Combo tags are probably going to need to. Iterating means walking every entry in turn and doing something. Disjointness test iterates valid aspects. It visits all 5 names, check each against other sets. That's why maps are required there. Valid switch couldn't do it. valid switch is a map. Oh, this is a valid switch. Okay. So, yeah, so basically here for my purposes. Needs family target. All right, that's fine. did I do? The hell? don't think that's going to help, but fuck. So it needs to be inlined. That makes sense. I mean, shit, but just means that I have more work to do on this. But that's the kind of bug that I would have found much later anyway. So anytime there's a base effect, I have to have it inlined. Anytime there's a what the hell's the word I'm looking for? Anytime there's a embedded struct, I actually have to promote it to inline. They don't automatically flatten embed structs the way JSON does. YAML requires an explicit inline tag. So we're going to inline every base effect addition so that it actually does what it's supposed to. And the funny thing is, I think we're going to need to do that for any other no. So only the direct embedded. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. 1, 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Which gives us that and allows us to do that. And one more thing before hiring plug F. Okay, scales is a pointer. That's what I thought. I knew that the value was memory. I forgot that magnitude was actually memory, a pointer as well. So, okay. If d.scales is not equal to true, panics if scales is nil. Check for nil first, then dereference. If d.scales is not equal to nil, then dereference. So if d.scales is not equal to nil, then if oh, it's guard then dereference. The star prefix reads the value at the pointer it points at, the reverse of and, which, yeah, takes an address, and being pointer, star being dereference the pointer. Okay. All right. Dereference, then check. Check for nil, then dereference. Check for nil, then dereference. Got it. Okay. Let's get rid of the logging here. Makes sense, though. Now that I see it. And now we have, self, that work. Okay, so yeah, we're not gonna do that. We're just gonna test this. Instigator and then instigator, because that will validate. Yeah, that validates that. Target instigator, not target target. I'm not liking this song. $15,000 followers for hype tracks. Not a lot. 176,000 followers for lo-fi on Stream Beats. Pretty cool. Okay. All right, so now validator tests whether it's allowed. Parser tests whether it verifies what landed. So now we want to do coefficient, magnitude, and scales. Coefficient, magnitude, scales, and scaling style. Coefficient is just a value, right? So coefficient is just a value. We go into the unmarshaled and look for effect bag. No, we don't even need to look at the unmarshaled. Go into the types. And coefficient inside damage is a base effect. And the base effect is right here. Target coefficient, which is a float. So we make sure that that's a float. Coefficient is a float. So we make sure that that's a float. 1.2. I need the line value. Shit. Testing line. Yeah, so no, I don't need the line. Yep, because it prefixes everything with the line anyway, so I don't need that. Right? Okay, good. Here's expected float value of 1.2, got 1.22. An int can actually parse as a float. Perfect. Okay, same thing now with magnitude. Magnitude is a right? Is this too lo-fi? This sounds like it's too lo-fi. It's too low. It's too lo-fi. Even that, like, it's too lo-fi. It's like too lo-fi. It's strange. It's like too lo-fi. It's fucking strange as hell. Okay. All right. Suppose we can do this. Maybe. Okay. Yeah. I suppose we can do this. So if magnitude is nil, right? Yeah. If it equals nil, then we want to and now we can check and we dereference. If it's not there, if it's empty. Oh, that's not, no. Because magnitude's not a bool. I'm silly. Gotta panic. We don't want to keep continuing there because it's fatal. And that has to be a dereference because if it's not, we get the memory address as an int. Comparison needs dereference because you're comparing a value to a value. d.magnitude not equal to 2 compares a pointer to a dereference pointer to an int against an int, different types. Compile error. Percent dereference d.magnitude reads through the pointer to get the int. Format verb needs okay. Percent d expects a number. Given a pointer, format prints the address depending on version rather than following it. Dereferencing gives it the int it's asking. The nil check is separate from both dereferencing and nil panics, so the order is always guard then use in the comparison and in the message. %v on a pointer prints the address, but %v on a struct containing pointers also prints addresses for those fields, which is what you saw in the %+v dump. This formatter allows pointers one level for some verbs and not others. When in doubt, dereference explicitly. The hell? I shouldn't have Xbox chat on here. Although I will say, this is pretty interesting. What the hell is that? That is weird. All right, ads coming in. We'll be right back. We're back. Okay. I understand that. Huh. Okay. Excellent. Well, that has target, coefficient, magnitude, scales. What else do we need? Target, coefficient, scales, magnitude. We need a scaling cell requires it. Magnitude, coefficient, scales. magnitude, coefficient scales, scaling cell requires. Excuse me. Target magnitude. Coefficient scales. Oh, excuse me. So scaling cell. Now I have inside the damage model, we have scaling cell, which could be multiple. So okay, music. I need to go because I forgot to do it. I need to go grab a drink. I'll be right back. I usually do that during ads, but next ad isn't for another 30 minutes, and I'm not putting up an ad just to go get a drink, so I'll be right back. Sun's coming up. Sun is coming up. Okay. So now we have to do the scaling cell. We have scales, we have the coefficient, we have the magnitude, we have the target. And this is inside damage. So, and then after that, and that's just to hold it. Those are just placeholders. So that's one slice with two values, school and aspect, which I understand that. Heck is the same guard than index pattern. Why is it guard than index? What do you mean? Single cell assertion. I'm not asserting a single cell. I'd be asserting two cells. I haven't even done the assertion yet. Actually a good point, though. actually like that better. I thought I liked it the other way better. I don't. Okay, so that works. Strings in here? I do. How do I do that? How do I... In a single line, how do I do that? How do I get those elements to go from this to this? I don't even need that. I just need the value that I got. Gotta be a better way to do this. This is actually not bad music. I expected the rock side of this. Oh, no wonder. No wonder this isn't fucking... It's not fucking stream beats. What the fuck, man? Why? Why would you do that? Why would your rock not have... I guess we'll just listen to the hype tracks. It's so bad. Okay. Virtual activated form 0 Oh, okay. right? That's interesting. Give scaling cell string method returning aspect dot school. Give scaling cell a string method. Oh my god. That makes sense too. Scaling cell, where the hell are you? Scaling cell. So func. What would it be called? What would it be called? Implement stringer. Oh my god. Okay. It goes format package, checks whether value implements stringer, a single method, string. Uses it for VNS instead of the default string form. A single method, string. method must be named string, not stringer. Here we go, function given no parameter. Oh, okay, no parameters. It's a function. Okay, a method. Okay, the body is right. Explicit conversions are necessary since aspect and school are named types. Alternative body, sprintf, %s. Slightly slower, arguably more readable. Slightly slower, arguably more readable. Avoids importing format. Yeah, so we don't need format here. That's fine. We put a string on. So we want to be able to see that. Where the hell are you? So I'm learning. I did most of that. Except specifics regarding goes default lookup, right? String method returning aspect.school. Goes format package. Checks whether value implements stringer. A single method string. And if so, it uses it for %v and %s instead of the default formatting. And that should immediately. All he did was implement. All he did was implement it. Oh shit, that's so good. That's so good. Oh my god, that's fucking amazing. That's so good. Oh, that's so good. That makes me so happy. I'm putting up the ads now. We'll be back in 2.5. Okay. All right. All right. Wow. Value receiver, not pointer, otherwise only scaling cell satisfies stringer and just always holds values. The same technique that would make percent or absolute print 30% rather than 0, 30 true. Cheap, and it improves every message that ever touches the type. So another one. I2A, so it's not string. Is it string.I2A? And so now I'd have to actually import strings. And I don't have strings inside the types file. And because it needs format imported, that's too bad. Now I've got import format, which means I might as well do that. Same thing down here. And I need actually, no, I don't need string convert because format does it. String convert does it the other way, but format does it fine. So I can just do turn format dot as printf. Is it Q? Digit. This works. Hi, baby. That's what I said. I've been up since 3:30, so I've been up for another 3 hours, right? I think it was 3:40 when I actually got back in here. So it wasn't as much as 6 or 7 hours, but it certainly wasn't 10 minutes to an hour. Yeah. So I still got like, I think I said something when I left at like, what the hell time was it? Like 12:30. So I got like 2.5 to 3 hours sleep or some shit like that. Like, when did I leave? Yeah, I got back in here at 3:40 and I left at 12:40. So I got 3 hours of sleep. Yeah. Yep. I left at like 12:40, give or take. And I said, I'll be back in like, I'm gonna go take a power nap. I'll take 10 minutes of sleep. I laid down in a different way on the bed with the fan in my face instead of like next to me. I put my alarm on for 10 minutes later. And when I woke back up, I'm like, ah, shit. I came back and literally I said, so much for a moment of sleep. Fuck me. And you know me, I don't like actually leaving the stream on when I'm asleep. So it felt weird, but I did it. And I came back and I'm working on stuff. There's a couple of things that I've actually learned that I'm doing in here that I'm not referring to the AI for help doing it, but I'm referring now to the AI for verification that I did it right or wrong, which is good. So yeah, it's pretty good. Let's just fuck it. Fuck it. Actually, I have to keep this like that. So I don't want string convert because it's the other branch, not the other stuff directly. So I don't want string convert because I'm already doing sprintf here for this. All right, so now we go back to the test. Potency is working. If I change this to dimensional, then we got dimensional potency when we wanted arcane potency. We got arcane acumen when we want arcane potency, so that works. That actually works. We're scaling, doing the scaling cell for both. We want these to be like that. That works. Scaling cell now works. Scaling cell works, and we have percenter absolute done. So now we have the requires block. Test is pinning it rather than discovering it. The descent D requires to requirements of predicates to condition. Guard length at each level before indexing. Fatal each time since going past a short. Slice. Panics. Hey Dragon, how you doing? It's going well. I'm a little bit tired, but you know, I had 3 hours of sleep while I was streaming. And I'm good for another hour or two minimum. Coding is coming along well. I did a there's a clip that's actually, it's not the full clip, it's just a section of a whole dialogue about what I'm going to be doing if and when this game actually gets released with regard to income, to make sure that the game can actually pay for itself, and how I'm not going to have any, there won't be any pay for convenience, there won't be any pay to win, there won't be any box costs, there won't be any subscription costs. It's all going to be cosmetics.